see here. That serve copy live now. Oh, guess I probably should bit of advertise wider streams. Or folks stay just flexible. Realistically, I could just join Kuma's server under the Judy. That's fine. Hey, the Solace. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's running well for you so far. As usual, I just started stream too. All good there, Frank. All good there. I know I usually just try and stick to the latter half, just so that way the other groups can get their streams going and done. Cute. That, and I'm admittedly more of a night owl anyways, so only so much I can realistically do there. We'll just do a couple of these. And I will say that I'm usually kind of quiet when I do my art stuff. So this will be a little bit more lower energy than normal. Just as a heads up. Soon. Yeah, when you see someone's promotion channel and it's like one person posting 7 times in a row, it's not normally a good sign. All right, let's see here. So, order of operations, how was I doing this? Gotta make sure that our treads are relatively even across the shoe. Or that fixed first. And it's easier to do it here. Guess one thing I can at least mention while I've got it on the brain at least, is that I did take some time watching the Cyberpunk anime finally. They'll say that it's definitely not bad by any stretch, but I can see why some folks might be having problems with it. I think the way that people just kind of talk in it do seem a little bit too childish, which isn't inherently a bad thing, considering the characters we're working with on that. But it could have been done significantly worse. I will at least say that much. But is still a recommended watch if you have access to it right now. And just to explain what I'm doing right now, I'm just trying to get basic form factor down for our steel-toed boots. Just trying to get the right shapes for everything. Does it just feel like that isn't working? There we go. I'll have to wait to re-up my sub, but I'll remember for when I do. Recommended at least. Fair warning in advance that it is decently dark, but for a cyberpunk-esque show, that should make a decent amount of sense. Yep. More or less than Ghost in the Shell. Um, I want to say less, but not by much. I'm trying to remember Ghost in the Shell just because it has been a hot minute, but it should be still a little bit dark. Yeah, should be alright. If it's a bit too much, then apologies on that, but I personally think it should be fine. Of that, everything from they dealt with people being fodder or not even people, depending on how cyberized they were and how much status they had, among other things. Okay. This doesn't... well, how much of a spoiler would that be? They kind of do that. It's not quite as dehumanizing, but there's at least a reason for why they treat them like that. But it's not just immediately, oh, hey, you're a robot, therefore you're not human. That does take the argument in a relatively interesting way, though. I'll give it that much. Oh, hey there, Nano. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the box. And hopefully the evening's running well for you so far. Yeah. At the pumpkin jude. Well, patting the pumpkin jude is definitely why it's there. But how are things on your side so far, Nano? Is the evening treating you alright? Why is that lower? Must have moved it lower by mistake. That should be fine. That down. Art. Homework is sneaking up on you. I'd say that's fairly normal right now. Because what is it now? Mid-October? Usually speaking, you have exams in... We have exams in November, December period. At least I think you do. There we go. That's at least work form-wise. Alright, time to fix all those. This can... Here. Director was like, hey, Nano, can you sketch our character real quick for science? Shouldn't have accepted it. Oh no. I'm afraid to ask, but how much for science do they actually need it? Here, rid of this for now. Let's see here. Because I fan arted one of their characters before. Oh, so that they just want to identify you then? Or a little more? Yeah. That should do it. Balance it out. Yeah, that should work out okay. I fan arted characters I'm hired to animate a lot just to get the hang of it when I'm actually starting to work. Apparently they wanted more. Well, I mean, yay, at least, that they want more. Definitely makes it a little bit awkward, but could be worse. Now, what do I want to do with the treads on these? Probably should do something a little bit less uniform, shouldn't I? Oh. Is the Spotify capture not working anymore? Did I turn that off by mistake? What in the... My wall. Where is my Spotify? I think it actually made my Spotify display 1 pixel. F off with you. I'm trying to show my music to the people. Didn't even notice I was missing that before. Up. Yeah, I was just fixing that. Don't worry too much. I figured I should at least make sure that you guys can see it, so. Get rid of all of this. That should act as my guide for the center line, right? Wow, that's not even lined up with that. Okay. Just realized we're matching with the orange. Yeah, we are so far, aren't we? Which is a good thing. It's always nice to match up with everybody around you. Alright, so that's not where that line's supposed to be. It's supposed to be here? I should mention, by the way, that while I'm doing this is that I'm usually guess and checking on a lot on this, just because the form factor of the Viroids are not super uniform at all. And Stakes met a birthday party, but wanted to say hi. All good there, Jasper. Enjoy your birthday party. We'll still be here for a good bit, so don't worry too much about that. What's the YouTube link for, Nano? Hey, Rat? Oh, right, the HD birthday spinning rat thing. Wonder if you could download that and just chroma key out the gray on that. That'd be interesting. And all good there, Jasper. Either way, enjoy the birthday party. So 1 over, but then this form doesn't actually line up there still. Okay. Beatroid, you are finicky. I understand that. But you're not making this easy. Okay. Yeah, that lines up. What do we want to do with you then? Probably get it matched up to one of those lines somewhere, but I don't know how those lines are actually going to line up in the first place. Oh, I guess let's experiment and see. Then this part can go away. Those laces are getting annoying. I wonder actually if we could somehow get Mousy to use the birthday rat in the future. I know we're not exactly like close to it or anything. Oh, those are synced up. Okay, that actually makes this a lot easier. Okay, good. Nope. But if we could get Mousy to use either the birthday rat or somehow fudge a way together for her to use something similar, that would be pretty handy. Let's see here. What would be a good way to actually do this? Be nice to watch the Cyberpunk anime since I finished playing the game. No interest in subbing to Netflix though. That is perfectly fair. That's why I only really recommend it if you already have access to Netflix. If only because like it's not worth subbing to just for that. I could always see if I could host a watch party for it at some point, just because I do have Netflix access right now, but I don't have the most time, I think is the best way of putting it. But we'd have to just kind of experiment and see. I don't know, might be possible. Yeah, I've watched it. I was just mentioning it before that I took some time and actually ended up watching it just a little bit, or I managed to just watch the entire thing just to see if I would actually like it or not, which I do like it. It's not bad in any way. Not like mind blowing, but it's not bad. Oh, you're doing 5 point. That doesn't seem right. Probably. The animation's good in it though. So for people trying to study animation, it's definitely not a bad thing to watch. And okay, let's just check the form factor on that. See if all those lines actually work. Oh, except for the line that I didn't put on the back of the boot. Yeah, those all do line up. We're good there. Probably expand a little bit though, because I think I used a 4 point brush when I should have been using a 5. I also probably should look for some other things to watch. Maybe not explicitly on Netflix, but Netflix is at least an option that I have because an old friend is a very nice person, and although we don't get as much chances to talk since both of us are older now and we got to worry about our work a bit more, she's been nice enough to let me still use her Netflix account. So probably should look through their catalogs again just to see what they actually have. Because I might be able to find some stuff that I just haven't watched yet. Because I think Demon Slayer is on there. And I know I haven't fully watched that. Yeah, better. Very wholesome. It is very wholesome. I know I don't have a ton of friends from the older days, just because most of us drifted apart a little bit. But there are at least a couple of us that try and keep in contact, which is nice. I should mention progress that I've made on 2.0, by the way. Or at least show progress on 2.0 so far, since I haven't exactly shown the general audience, at least, how far I've gotten on this. Is admittedly taking a bit of time, but we're getting there. I am definitely focusing more on the clothing first, just because conceptually that's what I'm better at. But it's coming along. But for now, we're focusing on the boots, just that way I can get them done and out of the way. People won't be able to see them super often, but for thumbnails and stuff, it'll be important. Alright, so first thing, I need to put a line on the back layer, which I guess is here. So thought those were sandals. Oh no. Not quite sandals, no. These are gonna be steel-toed boots. Because I figured for the next arc of the Jude story is functionally the fact that he was able to escape the NAS Corporation. So he managed to go out into the woods to live on his own because capitalism is kind of the best way to explain it, really. Part two. Does that line up? That does line up pretty well, actually. Okay. And it looks like the back lines could use a little bit more oomph. So these ones, getting a little bit more here probably doesn't hurt. Yep. Fine. Oh, I went the wrong way. Whoops. This side. So about the lore, Jude escaping from. So Jude would be escaping from the NAS Corporation. Um, so you can notice on my chest there, that little logo on the bottom of, or on the side of the vest. The original lore for Jude would have been that he works for a company called the National, I think National Aerospace. God, what did I even have that as? NAESC? Something to do with interplanetary travel in order to. The cover was to go into space to find aliens, to like talk with them and learn about their secrets and whatnot. But the company was more so just capturing aliens to use them in various experimentations and such because it's capitalism and capitalism is just going to overtake the earth in that plot line. So many fan arts yet I didn't even know what that was. To be fair, I didn't exactly explain what it was, Nano, so you're not exactly like at fault for that one. That is just kind of me not putting together the story since I didn't really find the time to write it all down myself. Need to move it over one more pixel? Too big. Yeah. Then get rid of one line there. Can you tell me why he escapes, or is it a spoiler? Um, no, escaping, the answer is relatively obvious at least. Is just because he had gotten enough sentience to realize what they were trying to do, so he didn't want to be like working as a part of that corporation anymore. The spoiler part I can leave to the side, but that initial point isn't exactly a spoiler. Because the original point of Order would be that while Jude was working at NASC, he was functionally a janitorial bot that would take care of the messes that all the scientists and personnel ended up doing. You know, the usual kind of corporate shtick and stuff like that, which is why he's got like the tools in his hands and the hair lights up into different colors to help people like notice him while he's working. But after coming to certain plot points, he realizes that he realistically should not be working there. So he kind of just says no and leaves through means. What is NASC doing though? NASC is functionally doing, if you know what the SCP Foundation is, as like a rough draft, imagine what the, God, what is it? The Chaos Insurgency does instead of the SCP Foundation. So they're functionally just trying to take the extraterrestrial life and use it to their own advances, whether or not it's like a moral obligation or a moral choice to actually do so. Let's see here. How lazy can I be with this? I could be lazy, but that does not produce a very good effect. So what if we do this? Bert banned by like 2? Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Yep. I'll have to do some more aggressive tweaking, but this is just to get the general idea out that these are supposed to be like divots within the boot. There we go. And probably tone it down a little bit and then fix that backside since that one decided to shoot up for some reason. I'm not sure why it would shoot up that hard, but aside from that, it's not too bad. You go up so high. Yep. Make that 80. No. Work. Port. I think that should work okay. I've initially used the big core concept for Pebble's story, but figured it'd probably complicate things, not only in terms of characters, but world building as well. Oh, whoops. Oh boy. There we go. And to cause some problems, if only because you need to worry about the backlash that comes as of the corporation in question doing the nefarious deeds that they may or may not be doing, which always ends up becoming a bit of a problem at the end of the day. But it is a good idea to try and work with it, depending. The way that you've got Pebble kind of locked into a hospital now does actually help out as well, if only because of the fact that she's just kind of stuck within her own mindscape at this rate, which I think works well for the hospital-y story that you kind of have going for her now. Actually go a little bit browner with that. You know, I'd love it if that thing wasn't there. I'm trying to click there. Here. Back down. Work well for there. Not pushing it. I'm gonna have to do some leather texture work on these as well, but get the basic shading bits across would help out a bit. Okay, I can tone it down on the toe, but relatively good for the sides. Her back out. Alright, that should be fine. There we go. Are the people at the hospital actively taking care of Pebble for a good cause, or are there other hidden motives? Exactly, exactly. Now you've got to deal with the post-traumatic stress of whether or not the hospital system is actually doing a good job taking care of Pebble, or if they're actively trying to screw you over, which makes things oh so fun. Oh, that won't work like that. It'll work here, but I do go up in brush sizes and bigger bits of soul. No, actually. Eight. Swarm. Flip. They do, besides some questionable surgeries for Pebble's sake, in quotations. Oh, that's always a dangerous point, isn't it? As long as it's for Pebble's sake, we can do whatever we so choose to help her in our times of need. Here. That was what I was hinting at when I decided to give her an eye patch, but I guess it's not clear. Well, that is a good hint. Admittedly, I didn't dig too deep into potential story you had going, mainly because once I heard that you were going to get a full animation going for that, then that seems like what would be the fun point of getting all the story together, is having a nice feature-length film of her just to get stuff across. Could be better. Pebble is actually just a self-insert because I can't really see in my left eye. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Because when it comes down to it, if you're trying to do a major project like that anyway, so you may as well just put yourself in there. Just to be like, oh hey, I'm making this. Y'all can't stop me. Yeah. I can't see in my right. Together we're a whole person. There you go. You got some kinship with Solace then. Here, grab that. Why is that box there? Can you move the selection box at all? Or I guess if I just do this way. Alright, fine. Yep. This super dark across the very bottom of it. I wish I can just replace eyes like how they do in Naruto. uh, I feel like the way they do it in Naruto is still excessively painful. Also, only because those count as magic items, so that way they actually connect properly. But it would be handy. I'm not going to fault you for that. Shoot. Oh, not that. Because you do still physically have to pluck your own eye out. It's not a pleasant experience, I can tell you that much. Shoot. Or Cyberpunk. Yeah, Cyberpunk would technically work as well. I think same rules do still apply there, though. You're still gonna have to be, like, careful. They're a little bit shooting up. Oh, that works for now. Shoot. Let's see. Our light source. It's more realistic, I think. Yeah. Realistic is technically the word you're shooting for there. I'm just not sure if that's the word you want to be shooting for. Be too bright. How do I want to do this glow? Oh, right, I forgot I had both. Delete those for now. Hmm. You're the fuzz lines. You're the regular lines. Okay. So then we can do that. Do subtraction magic wand. Scared of those. I'm remembering how to use my CSP tools. I'm actually kind of surprised, to be honest. Then a couple more lines up there. Okay, that's why you're being a fiddly little bastard. Okay. That should be fine. Um, go to here. Select a 3. That should work. And then just curious, have I played any of the Dragon Age games? Um, I believe I have a little bit, but not a ton. Just because they were mostly console games when I had access to them. But I didn't have the best of times keeping to them because I was starting to get busy in life when I was actually able to get a hold of them. Might have asked you this before. Oh, don't worry if you have. I usually have a fairly bad memory anyways, so I can forget stuff on a fairly constant basis. But there. Then if I do something similar, that was odd. Scared of all that. Select, shrink by about 5. A little more. Shrink by... That should work. Lurkin, good luck with yourself. Alright, sounds good, Nano. Best of luck with whatever you're working on tonight. I almost don't even want Russian blur. No, and that won't work because we're doing this on 2 sections. Unless... Gaussian, not Gaussian. Oh, damn. Right, that can't fully work either. Um... That... That should do it. That... A ton on the back, but that should be okay. Thank you, other foot. um... Like that. Not fully. Here. You get a bit extra because I'm nice. Get a bit. Get a bit. Also, this has a lot more grunge in it than I figured it would. I don't mind, but definitely just a little bit weird to hear. And this is just supposed to be a regular synthwave list. Oops. little bit too bright. That is working out so far. I can only hear it out of one channel, mind you, but say it's fine for now. The right one? Maybe I'll fiddle with Spotify a bit and just custom build a list of stuff eventually. Really depends on what I'd want to listen to anyways, right? It should be fine. Let's see here. How does leather look like? Let's see, folder insert layer. Sole. All right, so leather is rough, but not super rough. It can have scratches in it, and it's usually just matte when it comes to colors. Size. There we go. Hey there's Sunwong. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's treating you alright so far. The ever-coveted shake. But how goes things on your side, Sunwong? I'm just getting some art stuff done tonight because brain is in a weird both hyper-focused state and a I don't want to do anything separate state. That's not too bad, but we can probably make that a bit clearer. Does sharpen work on this part? No sharpen will necessarily do it right now, but it's been okay so far. That's good. I know that the current months at least can always be a little bit hectic, if only because children get a little bit more excited. And you usually have to deal with a few extra little bits and bobs, because work is never exactly a fun place to be around either. Actually, both directions. This would only be helpful if I was doing it on both. Or I guess technically 3 sections. So you would have this way going here, this way going About 5 parts, actually, would do it. Do I want to separate this into 5 parts? Kind of. Let's see here. First bit can be done like so. Won't be exact, but get rid of that for now, just so I can see what I'm doing. This section can also be separate. Eight. Flip horizontal. Works. Oh boy. Being a weirdly tricky program tonight. ASP. Get rid of that. Edit. Yep. Guess I should mention as well, when I'm usually doing my art stuff, I'm not as talkative. Oh, that's where those are supposed to go. If only because of the fact that I really grabbed on there too. Rude. Cute. Explaining my process for art isn't really as exhilarating, I guess is the best way of phrasing it. Also because it tends to make me lose concentration while I'm getting stuff done. So this is mostly going to be me flipping around a little bit, getting stuff done, listening to the calm sounds of a synthwave radio. Let's see here. This probably needs to be at here. Oh, whoops. There we go. But for the moment at least, I am just trying to get a leathery texture going. Which is why I'm kind of just fiddling around with this a little bit, just to see if I can get the right angles and whatnot on a motion blur. Because I can't quite keep this super straight. I guess I already kind of fudged thought pattern I had going, making it excessively hard to see what direction I actually need to go for this. Filter. Let's see here. There should be okay. Let's try that. See how that looks. Unfortunately, if it looks decent in CSP, that doesn't always mean it's going to look good in Vroid. Yeah, that's just kind of a mesh. Kind of close to what I need, but it does need to be darker in some places. Okay, I couldn't do that on there. Oh wait, actually. Can't really do motion blur on that. Unless I do something tricky like this. Alright, so you get to be here. Get to be here. You get to be all of this section. You get to be all of this section. There we go. Actually. Here. First. And probably don't need that strength. Yep. Here. Here. I think this one does not actually have the line structure enough to tell direction angle is actually going. Either that or I'm just too blind and can't notice it. That should work. Try getting some scratchy leather texture going on this, just to see if we can actually show that in Vroid or if it'll be too muddied. It's not awful. Could be toned down a little bit though. They are looking dirty though, which is good. About, yeah, no, lower. This is the fun of guess and check with making sure things fit into Vroid, to be honest with you. Yeah. Far away, those are at least looking slightly matted. The rubber definitely isn't, but rubber on the soles isn't really supposed to be. Up. Fine layer can go down. That should work. Works. Sides. Go in there too. Off. Yep. Yeah, softy's going. Okay. That's good. Let's see. Would you even see the top of the shoe? No, you're not even going to see the top of the shoe. Hmm. That's fine. Never hurts to just keep stuff logoed properly. What do I want to put a logo on for these? That maybe? little darker. Now, why are you italicized by default? Oh well. Aliasing off. Thank you. Let's see here. I'd almost want to make it a palindrome, if only because of the fact this will just be mirrored on the other boot, which is kind of an annoyance, but not much I can do there. I can probably just make this the NAS Corporation as well, to be honest. It's big brain to save work for later. Oh, if only. Only. Some of the weird things with Vroid don't necessarily allow you to do much, so you gotta be careful when you're working with it. Now, why are you so Actually, yeah, that's unlegible. That should work. Do that. Then we bend it a little bit. Let's see here. I believe mesh transformation is a thing once I rasterize that at least. That should be fine. Rasterize. Full mesh. This will make it fuzzy, but we can just... Oh god, I do not hear that one very much. Welcome, welcome to the nightlight. Hopefully the evening's running well for you so far. We're just getting some model work done at the moment, but how are things on your side? Over. I haven't really played Mortal Kombat in a fairly long time either. Really should go back to it one of these days. Try and see if I can remember how to actually play it. Yeah, that works. Sure. Sharpen. I do that. Oh, does it lock? It locks actual transparency as well. Okay. Minus out. I can't minus out that. Okay. Let's just solidify that a little bit, just because I'm going to screw with this a little bit. to make it work as like a burnt-in leather sigil that I know some shoe companies end up doing still. Oh, raid. Welcome, welcome. Amore? I heard see you later, then it cuts to Jude. Welcome, welcome, fish. Hopefully the night's running well for you too. And welcome, welcome, raiders. Hopefully the night's running well. What is that? Is that Yume Nikki?
Didn't I grab the key?
I have not heard Yume Nikki in a long ass time. You were doing some Amori too. Very nice. How are you finding Amori so far? Or I guess how far into Amori are you, since I know that it's a bit of a lengthy RPG, at the very least. Probably a little bit too slow. Go. This S a little bit. There's a mystery to his name, if you like that kind of thing. Let's see. Well, I could imagine there's being a little bit of a mystery, mainly because I don't know how to pronounce that at all. I solved it with a lot of help, but I won't spoil. The Armor E12. Can't say I could figure out the mystery on my end, just because I need a little bit more to go off of than the name. But you're near the end of it. Very nice. Well, hopefully you do enjoy the ending to that game, because I always hear mixed-ish reception in regards to Amori, but I think that's just the different types of people I end up talking to at the end of the day. Yeah. The nickname I've given him or his colors. Nickname I've given him or his colors. Okay. Keep in mind, I'm fairly dense. Most of the VTubers do have to share one brain cell, and I tend to not get it very often. Oot. Clean this up a little bit. But good to hear you're at least getting to the end of Amori. Have you ever had it? No? I don't think so. There we go. That works. Okay. You've never had the shared brain cell? Damn. Yeah. That's kind of the problem, really. When you get that unlucky, you just never get a hold of that random shared brain cell we all seem to have. That a little bit lower. Dude, new model? Yeah, a new model that I've been working on intermittently, at the very least. It is taking me a hot minute, but rocking the orange today, I see. Yeah, we're just kind of rocking the orange for now, just because of the Halloween spirit and all, which I don't really mind too much, but it's always nice to just enjoy the Halloween season. So I figured I would just add orange hair onto things just to make it a little bit more fun. Go lower than that. Jude lore drop by a new skin. It wouldn't exactly be a... Well, it technically would be a lore drop at the end of the day. That should work out okay. I lower the opacity on that right now. Next to nothing. There is technically some lore to be had with it, just because we have to realize the initial story that I forgot to write. There's my switch. The anti-aliasing can go fuck itself for now. I'm trying to do something. Key. Didn't see a key. Here's a clip that I took from Goldie's stream. Okay. Oh. AU is the... Okay. Goldie would make more sense. Oh, that's the clip that actually played on the Shadow, too. I'm liking the eye, though. Now that I can see the clip fully, at least. Neat. Would there be Egyptian theming in that at all, then? Because if we're going off AU being gold... Hmm. Yeah, still not 100% certain. I'll figure it out one day, I'm sure. Thank you, that's all I have. I mean, the eye is fun, and you do still get a lot more eye tracking than I can, if only because I end up being blind if I actually use my eye tracking correctly. Okay. And it's a good touch, especially for a game of a Mori, at least when you're on the darker sections of it. Get some laces in here. Feel a little better for me to... There we go. I'm gonna go. It's pretty late and I'm sick and I'm tired. That is perfectly fair fish. Hopefully you enjoy your rest, and hopefully the sickness doesn't last super long on your end. I can only imagine what's going to end up going around now that we're heading closer into West Thanksgiving territory at the very least. Oop. Had a bad cough for a week. It's not COVID. Well, as long as it's not COVID, then you should be relatively okay. Because I know that's going to be the worst of things right now. Well, but I guess I should explain that I'm just kind of working on Model 2.0 right now. It's not going to be as, well, as high energy as I normally have the gaming streams at, if only because I tend to focus down a lot more while I'm doing art stuff. But if you do have any questions for either me or my potential art experience slash methodology,
Goodbye.
then it is a good time for it. And thanks for dropping in, Fish. Hopefully you do get better, though. Never fun when you end up getting sick, especially in October. No, did it not? Oh, I do have that on. Guess I just wasn't seeing it. Okay, yeah, those show up relatively fine. I could add a little bit of shine onto that just to make it work. Can't do too much here. Need that big. Dealing with little things here, Jude. Yep. That. Nope. That being extra layer. Yep. And I guess the best way of handling Getting rid of the inner half at least. Convert by 1. There we go. That works. Insert. Now will it let me flip an entire folder? Cool. That makes life a lot easier. I can just slap those there. Okay, that works. Also realizing I should realistically put those in a folder. Yeah. Fine layer. Here. Hmm. Apparently, I'm just super confused. Oh, it's these layers, isn't it? Okay. Didn't even have them in a folder yet. Tongue. Let's see. You're our shine layer, you are our layer. I'm realizing this just blends now, so I should probably do something like this. Here. That. Small brush. Just go right up the side. Just so that way this actually sticks out from the shoe itself. And I'm sure Jason would know a good bit about this for the 3D modeling stuff, if only because the vector maps are going to, or vector maps? Not vector maps, or the map names. UV mapping. Usually have all of this separated, but considering texture map, yeah, either a texture map or a UV map. I don't remember the full technical term for it, but it would be something where like you have the different form factors just laid out properly. Oh, gotta stop hitting those buttons. Working with textures that are not flat or square always breaks my brain. Yeah, that is kind of the fun part when you get down to it. But you do end up getting a bit of a wrap of the situation once you're able to just get your movements going on it. Just takes a bit of practice. Bit of guess and check. Where do's. There we go. Yeah, that lets the tongue actually stick out separately from the boot. And then we've got the shoe rings on there as well, which look all right, but I think it's just the boot itself that is making it look weird. So I might have to change up the texturing on that boot a bit. That's fine though. It's coming along well. And considering how often you'll be seeing the feet, it's not a huge concern, but I do just want to make them look good. Because with the amount of work I've put into everything else, I don't want to just half-heart the feet just because you're only going to see them in thumbnails. Let's see here. What this can I get rid of? I wonder. If I just do that, would that look fine without the motion blurs? Because that might honestly clean it up a bit better. Yeah, that should be fine. I'll have to do a little bit of studying on the boots a bit just to see how the leather actually works, but that's fine for now. All right, let's see here. Next section should realistically be the steel toe, but I'm realizing it's not down far enough. So if I want this to actually be a steel-toed boot, then something like this. Like that. Follow these guidelines a bit. Down to here. There we go. Now, can I mirror that well enough just by eyeballing this? Yep. To get rid of the shade that's actually on all of that now. Fuzz brush, bigger fuzz brush. Oh, actually, part of that is there. Oops. Delete, delete. Leave here where the other bit would be. There we go. I guess that is kind of the fun with doing 3D work, though, is you do have to do a relatively large amount of mind mapping just to make sure that everything still fits in the end. Yeah, that's a bit better. It's a little bit excessive for a steel-toed boot, but go big or go home with big feet, I guess. Alrighty, so let's see how I can do with my metal texturing then. There. This can go away. Remember that. And how would I like to metal texture this? Guess we'll start off with some lights. Brush dents down. Probably going to be clasps on it. There we go. A wee bit larger. go. Basically just get some rivets in there. You'd be like, yes, these are being held on by something. I won? There we go. I guess for a step one, that's not awful. We'll have to put some scratches and dents on that, but see how that looks. Yeah, not bad. The rivets definitely aren't noticeable at all, though. Like, you have to get in real close to see that those are there. If I make those bigger, probably, yeah. Okay, method is relatively easy, so I don't mind. Get rid of those, delete, and I guess just indent them in a bit more. Here, here. That's mostly even, so that should be fine. Here. And here. These brighter color. Actually, these can be a bit more muted. And delete. Edit. Yep. Blur. blur. Make this 75, make this 50. Not too bad. Will that be a little more noticeable? Port 2. Okay, yeah, that's a lot more noticeable. All right. Steel. I guess nowadays steel-toed boots do have the steel portion just within the boot itself, but I find that to be lazy. Oh yeah, the sole does kind of come up on steel-toed boots as well. So something I could realistically do is get another patch of the sole to kind of come up here as well. That's how they're usually denoted. And I guess maybe not as gray, but a blacker material might be better. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just going to duplicate that for now, just so I can keep it in case I don't like the change. But here, for that a little bit. This a little bit. Those. This could honestly just be straight black. That'll give us the effect that we're kind of looking for. Then past that. Oh, I made the brush stupidly large. The guide that might help me out a little bit here. So if we do that, that seems like a bad idea. What if we do... Just remove the shine there. That'll probably be way too sharp, but relatively easy to fix. Fine. Oh, right. Um, do that first. Then we can fix this. Then I guess for that part, those in a layer. See if we can drag you up a little bit. I get the pure color of that, technically. Cool. Big. Work. Our major highlights gonna be that layer. Me. Guess I should probably get up in a quick second since we've been going for as long as we have. Let me just double check how this part looks, just so that way I can keep it in mind for next step with these. We do also have to do all the detailing on the bottom of the sole too, but figured I'd at least get the main area done today. Yeah, that's not too bad. Could probably bring it up further, even if we're going to be doing that, just to imply that it's overtaking the toe of the boot and not just sitting in front of the boot. So somewhere around like there-ish. Yeah, just covering the super top of that. Yeah, that'll work. Then we can add some extra shading for the sole and all that. Oop. Cool. All right, well, glad this is working out relatively well. I'm gonna take a quick little break since we've been going for a couple hours. So get up and stretch if you need to. And aside from that, I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Too many lurkers. I will just get the ads to play, but I come back until won't come back until the ads are done. So I'll see you in a bit. Alrighty then. Everything should be back up and running. Hello again. Thank you. I know the art nights end up being fairly quiet on my end, at least in terms of active chatters, but I think that's half expected. Art streams are usually a little bit harder to get immediate engagement on, at least from my end, since I mostly do game stuff anyhow. You can throw things at you for the next hour. You don't have to. No, just I know that for some folks, it is normally nicer to have other people to bounce ideas off of. What is wrong with my brush? I think it's just I'm around and listening. Yeah, that's appreciated. I'm sure there are people lurking as well. Just it is mildly disheartening when Twitch's viewer count thing doesn't necessarily show how many people are lurking. Yeah, and this does have some good tunes on it so far. Might have to use this radio more in the future. So what exactly is up with... So that is doing the right thing, just all of my other layers are screwing it up. Okay. Do that. But this is also Twitch we're talking about, so it doesn't exactly have the best mechanics, let's just put it that way. Yep. Go to there. Jump over to the corner of here. Oh, oops. Too high. Go to here, then go to there. Here. But you also just get to see my semi-guess and checky way of doing these models. If only because the one thing that is a mild problem with the Vroid system is that you can technically do layers in here, but it's not nearly as helpful with the limited amount of brushes you have. So what a lot of people end up doing is just kind of flipping back and forth between the Vroid system itself and whatever their art program of choice is, which for me is CSP. Some other people might use like Fire Alpaca or stuff like that. I can actually go up a little more. Okay. Like up to that area? Yeah, that is the top of the boot. Okay. Guide. Going to top of the boot this time. There we go. Or I guess not Clip Studio Paint. God, what is it? Paint Tool Psi. That's the other one I'm thinking of. I used to have Paint Tool Psi, but then I learned it didn't have dark mode, so I kind of stepped away from it. Oh, that curve well enough? Sure hope it does. Wart. Nope, not that one. Yeah, that mostly works. I would just need to curve it a little bit. So then I still need to follow these lines here, but here I can kind of curve in a little bit on it. So here, here, here. Kind of like that, just so that way it actually dips in and over. Unless I'm thinking the wrong curve. But we're kind of guessing checking here, so that's fine. Port. Okay, no, that works. I guess the only other thing would just be curving here, just that way it's not as direct. So we can do that relatively easily. There we go. That should be fine. Cute. And then the fun thing that I'll have to do on this model, just in case, is I'll have to do a little bit of future proofing on the skin, quote unquote, of the model. Because at least one of the fun things when it comes down to the current model of Vroid is that we do have, I guess just to show it overwrite for now, is there are more than enough skin masks to actually make things relatively viable. You can kind of see in there where my leg just is not showing at all except for one line, which means I probably missed something on the mask. So that way you don't have to worry about like the arm textures clipping out of the clothing layers when you're moving it around too much. I believe it was partially there on the beta version as well, but it wasn't as noticeable. Is that just going to be on the body layer itself with the body mask? No, it is not. Assuming that'll be on, I want to say outfits, but not recall where the mask itself is. It is helpful though. I've obviously chunked off a lot. There we go. I've chunked off a good amount of the body for this, if only because I'm wearing like the undervest, the jacket, and the pants. There's no real point in showing off like most of the body. But I'm apparently still showing one line on my leg, apparently. As you can kind of see up there, that one little silver line that's going up, which I don't fully know where that is. Oh, it's over here? Really? Let's see here. Brush. Okay, I'm seeing it now. Oot. This is also something you could probably just do in your art studio of choice, but this part isn't really as taxing to do. There we go. And for now, at least, I don't need to worry about rolling my pants up, but you can kind of see where the skin mask is just helpful. Because even though I'm blocking out so much of it, you can just paint the rest of it or back up in case you ever do need it. Because I've had some fun with that. And I still have a significant amount of detailing to do on my actual body, just so that way it is prepared for the off chance for summertime nonsense. Even though that makes no sense with my character at all, but it's not like the winter clothing is needed. Edit texture. That back. Alrighty. Bring everything back on. So, what do we need to get rid of then? Get rid of... not that. There we go. Get rid of that. We need to put this shine up a little bit more. Main line, you're the fade lines. You don't appear to do much. You are our main light source for the big stuff. Oop. Yep. Probably do something along these lines where got like a ridge of this going up the edge. There. That way it'll just give it a bit of added texture for looking like the souls are secured by more than just glue. Shouldn't be too much, but we'll at least give that edge a little something. That line. Hmm. What layer is that? Alright, well that is part of it, but not quite what we're looking for. Ah. And yep. Okay. Better. No. Need those. of our eraser buddy on our shade layers, please. Yeah. Get rid of most of that. I'd imagine that should be okay. You don't exactly need it to be extremely shiny on the toe guard. Port 2. So that should be fine. And I can probably turn down the shades on the soul cuts. Be those. Those are a little bit heavy. Now I guess the real question, but do I want to draw laces for these? Yeah, that's better. I probably should put some kind of a lace over that. I'm going to put the loops in for it. Yeah, I can figure something out. Shouldn't be too hard to get a lace drawn. There's a lot of comic updates on Saturday, apparently. Good to know. Alright, so that part's good. There's all of our... There's our bootstrap. So you, sir, need a couple things changed. Mainly to this. You no longer have the shine right along the edge of this because that would be silly. And in fact, oh, actually, we are just going to put a little dark patch here. Then oh, I'm on minus, that's why. There, and here, where we will do something kind of similar. Go. A little bit of shade here to imply that there's a slight divot in the metal of the boot. And probably tone down the one between the rubber and the boot a little. You. Oh, let's see. Yep. There. That's good. This one, I believe. Yeah. Okay. That. Then turning it down would probably do fine. Art. Yeah, that's a bit better. Just enough to imply a slight bit of depth, but it doesn't need to be super high up there or anything. Yeah, that was looking better. All right, what else can we do? I guess the laces. That shouldn't be too hard to do. Just gotta find my rivets, just that way I can position all this right. Yep. Okay, so we'll need a layer above and a layer below. And I guess, considering our color schemes so far, yep. Then this one can go over top. It'll go under there. Oh, actually, the ones that are going to go under are going to have to also go underneath the edges of the shoe. That's fine. That can be done as part of the manual process. Um, this will at least just help with getting this all visualized. Here. And down here for the last one. Up like that, roughly. Then all of our bottom layer ones will basically just need to have everything deleted that is over top of these, so. Yep. A little bit loose, but that's fine. Hmm. Has some Atari level chip going on it. Okay. I'm fine with that. 2. Yeah, that works. All right. Bottom one needs to be a little darker. This will just be underneath everything. If I duplicate that and then just try and Gaussian blur it, what'll happen? Actually, not too bad. You just need to make sure that we're not going into there, though. We do the same here. This does just kind of help with giving it a bit of a fuzz to them, which, considering laces, that would make the most sense. Doot. There we go. Honestly, kind of just half solved our entire problem with that. They didn't even need to do that much. I guess sometimes less is more. All right, thank you. They do look a little bit stiff, but I think that's just because of how the boot itself is modeled. So there's basically like, oops. There's going to be a plane like right here and then another plane right here. It's going to be a little bit difficult to just get it perfectly smooth, but that's fine. Does give us decent steel-toed boots with some laces. And if people can ever see the tongue, they can see the NASC logo burned into the top of them. He's stolen a lot of stuff from NASC. He's just ended up stealing too much stuff from NASC, which is fine. Oh, I guess that makes sense that my sub bot can't actually tell what I'm trying to say when I say NASC, but does get ask out of it at least, so that's important. Because it's always good to ask questions. Now, what do I want to do with the bottom of these? Usually speaking, there are people who have, like, little designs on the bottom of the shoe. There we go. Why is that so spotty? Weird. Bottom of the shoe. Hello. How are you doing today, bud? Let's see. Insert. Top laces. Close. Paint. Bottom laces. What do we want to do with you? I guess let's just check Google for inspiration here. Because I know a lot of them end up having patterned areas, which isn't inherently a bad thing. I guess I would just need to redo the lines there, which honestly wouldn't be too bad if I kept that separate. but there are functionally supposed to just be blocks on the bottom to provide grip. So I should probably just do that. Let's see. Where did I keep? Oh, cool. Handy. I'm assuming these are just... Oh. So I need to grab these two layers. Okay. You two are about to become separate. Then I'll probably put these down here for now. There we go. Alrighty then, you two go here. We get rid of the fuzz layer for now, just because I'm going to need to redo that. Alright then, so logistically, how would this work? Here. Then these also get connected at the tips. Yeah. Gives us a decently blocky area so far. And then we can do stuff like this, which will lead us into slightly separate territory to give us a secondary ring of these blocks for the grip. And then this one would realistically just be this. Then on the middle portion, there'd probably be a logo or something similar to it. Hey, the Mitchie. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's running alright for you so far. I'm just trying to get Jude 2.0 worked on at the moment for just reference on what we're doing. But how are things on your side so far? And how is the weekend treating you? Since I know as a bundle of positivity, I know that there's a good bit that you need to deal with. Put a barcode on the bottom of these, actually. That would work out well. Angle. Shoot. Yep. Grab that. Oh. There we go. Get your pencil eraser back out, Jude. There we go. All looking nice. Thank you. I am trying to do my best with this, if only because I put a good bit into the first model as well, especially considering all of the hair changing nonsense that I usually do with these, but I'll have to do that again on this model once I'm done with it, but this still has a long ways to go. And sadly, I'm not quite like everybody else, and I don't have the most time to do this, so I don't get to get extra models out as often, unfortunately. It'd be nice to, but I do not have the time for it. That would work. I would just like to... Oh, right, that is all in the same layer, isn't it? Um, this brain? Thank you. Oh, don't want to make it bigger. You don't have the time either. That is understandable. Adult life kind of makes that a little bit difficult to deal with, I feel. There we go. That's the control I wanted. There we go. Oh, hey there, Fran. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's treating you alright so far. I'm just getting some model work done at the moment, but how are things on your side? Gonna move this down. Smidge. Bottom of the boot definitely is not going to be noticed a ton anyways, but duplicate. Make it fuzzy. Oh, right. That. Then make it fuzzy. Yep. Just woke up and taking it easy after too much physicality today. No, that's understandable. All things considered, when we're getting closer and closer to the various winter holidays, that always ends up making things a little bit awkward for those of us who aren't able to get around as much. But you at least got some extra physical work in today, so that's always good. It's always nice to just get that kind of stuff prepped and ready. Because I know that once the proper winter season starts, it actually looks decent. Could make it a little darker in there, I think. Yeah, make it darker in the areas where it's supposed to be indented. That would make sense. Okay, here we go. So I need to go into here. That's not going to be helpful. Shoot. Let's do this. That's going to be darker than that. Can't have it darker than our deep lines. Can't have it the same color either. Luminosity 5? Hmm. Maybe here? A little too dark still. Gotta be real specific with this. a little bigger. There we go. Yeah, I think it's safe enough to say that, at least through a year of VTubing now, I have gotten a little bit better at the whole screwing around in Vroid situation. So it's nice to actually get back into it in full force to see how much I can do to make this look. Oh, wow. Colors. Oh god, how many colors did I put on by mistake? um, that, there we go. This is what happens when I screw around with the number pad when I'm typing some stuff up. Do do do. Port. There we go. That looks a bit better. I guess the only main thing would be that this connecting area should not have as much shine on it, technically, but that is also bottom of the boot, so I shouldn't care that deeply about it. I'll just have to figure out how to do this side texture for these, just so that way they flow relatively well instead of just being a little bit of a scratch on there. But I'll be honest, I'm not 100% certain what I want to do with that yet, so that part's fine. Miniature painter's advice, will people see it? Then fuck it, yeah. That's probably the mindset I should have, mainly because I do screw around with my model on my thumbnails and such, so having the bottom of the shoe is actually something that will occasionally be seen. It probably won't be seen like super high fidelity detail at all, but it'll be seen occasionally. Also, this is progress so far, by the way. I think it would just be easier if I did a spin. Oh yeah, I have painter's jeans a lot. I think that's just a bias of mine, so I do have a back pocket on the pants as well. Yeah, so far so good. Thank you. The jacket took me a while to really nail down, but I think it works relatively well. And then an improvisation on the current vest that I have for underneath, because I wanted to have that be a little bit more obvious compared to before. Although I may want to do some color. I might want to do some more intensity colors on that. Maybe not right now. I kind of feel like doing the eyes right now, to be honest. Mainly because I just kind of put placeholder eyes here and put the sclera on. But you don't quite have the eyes in the place where I would like them. Because those are very flat, but generally the right idea. Let's see here. Here is Iris. There we go. Custom. Oh, apparently I have tried doing this a couple times. Um, Give me the one that I'm on, at the very least. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. What am I looking for? My highlights are just those little dots. Hmm. Apparently I have been trying it before, but that is more cat-like than I would like. Um, and then I don't know where that came from, I'm assuming I was working on Zoira before, but not sure on that one. Let's just take these for now. And then I can screw with these a bit. Eyes. And then export guide. Eye guide. You're good for now. I'll come back to you. Open. Eyes. Open. Eye guide. Yep. Save as. Eyes. Clip file. Alright, so we have at least our basic shape for eyes. So why don't we do this? Just so that way we know form factor wise where I need to hit for everything. Actually, just do it on one. We'll figure it out as we go. But form factor wise, that's what we need to hit. Wonder actually. Okay, it will let me. Cool. So how do we want to do this eye then? Well, our main thing at the very least is that I usually have it be some kind of a gold color. And that way I can just augment it from there when I need to do all of my eye switcheroony nonsense. Starting off with a good shade like that is a good place to start. The iris will be located somewhere in there. So why don't we do... our ellipsis at? There. Trying to make those be a little bit more orange for now, and we'll just kind of fiddle with it when we can. Here. Duplicate. Work. Hurt. Shrink by about 5? Yeah. Oh, right, I'm on my pen layer. Don't do that, Jude. Select, shrink by another 5? Filter, blur, Gaussian blur by about a strength of 9 should probably do us comfortably. Blur, blur, Gaussian blur by 9. And that should work. Hey, the JSC. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's treating you alright so far. We're just working a little bit on Model 2.0 right now, but how are things on your side so far? Wonder if that's a bit too much. Yeah, actually. Order of operations. Do the same to here. Put that up to strength 9. There we go. Give us a nice pupil. Not too bad, playing a game called Morbid the Seven Acolytes. Can't say I've heard of that one, but it does sound interesting. Hurt. Shrink by like 2? What kind of game is it, if you don't mind my asking? Um, Hurt. Shrink by like 5? A little more. There we go. That's a bit better. Hmm. Feels a little bit too round. A little bit too round. Let's see. Indie top-down action RPG, methodic gameplay, and a similar aesthetic to Bloodborne. Okay. Love crafting stuff and starting in a fishing village. Well, starting in a fishing village is always important, so I can always agree to that. These can go into storage for a second. Up to you. You can come out of storage. Storage. Alright, let's see here. Select, expand, make it sharp. Wrong. Select, invert, select, expand. 5. Doesn't really make it as pointy as I was like. Hmm. What happens if I do expand 5 but then round it? Not quite. Won't be sticking around too long. Gotta get up early and then drive to the airport. Well, hopefully your drive to the airport isn't too awful. I know on a Sunday morning it's probably going to be a little bit busier than normal, but hopefully it's not too bad. I instead do this. I have anti-aliasing not being a jerk. There we go. Let's change this to a separate color so I can see everything. Ah, fudge. Not even. So even there. Even there. Okay. Not too many people driving to church at 4:30 a.m. True, actually. Yeah, true. Welcome, welcome in, Pink. Hopefully evening's running well for you so far. I'm just getting some stuff done. But how are things on your side? Will say it has been a bit since I was last at an airport. It's because the last trip I ended up taking was more of a European-based trip. I have not done in a long time because I cannot afford it. One more. Rid of the ruler. There we go. Okay, that's a bit better. There we go. Doing alright myself. I'm doing alright so far. We're kind of just working on the next model right now, which is coming along, I'd say. Still got a lot to work on, but it's getting there. And the robust snap art makes me smile. Well, that's good. I'm glad that it is so far, Jay-Z. I always worry when I'm doing stuff I'm not fully comfortable with, but as long as you're happy, then that makes me happy. This, actually, here. Oh, right. Can't blur that if the layer is currently static. I feel like that would be too evil. Also because the pupils and the eye are on the same layer, so that's gonna screw a lot when I have to do all the color swapping. What happens if I make these layers just white? Oh, I can't do two at a time. Okay. No, that wouldn't really fit either. Or at the very least wouldn't fit unless I do this. This is a hard one to decide on how I want to do my pupil. I'll be honest, I'm not sure. Take strategy of the Robo Snap. Hugs are her weakness. Hugs are usually a weakness at the end of the day, which isn't a bad thing. Shoot. How do I want to do pupils on the next model? Do sharks have specific looks to their eyes? Images? Shark eyes are kind of cat-like too, actually. They're either super heavily dilated or they're slitted, so... So I might just need to keep something similar to that then. Storage can go away. This black. No. Wait, shark tuber? Oh, no, it's more just I like sharks. I'm just not sure how much of that I'd want to incorporate into this. I'm still going to be a robot, but there's a couple shark bits that I'm adding in just to be like hidden detail-esque things. Here. Should be a merchant? What do you mean by being a merchant? Call yourself Shark Robot. Okay. Okay. I kind of missed the pun for a second there. Actually, I forgot about the Shark Robot area. It's been a hot minute. So I want to do a plus. I really want to do a plus. How do I make that work? Hmm, select, shrink. Maybe not by 5. Maybe by like 3. Blur, blur. Then... Oh, crap, I've been hitting colors. Um... There we go. Two shapes with the horizontal iris being discolorized. Hmm. The horizontal one being discolorized. No, like that'll be too obvious. Then you have the black vertical shark pupil. Oh, oh, that's right. Okay. Housekin, where are you? Get rid of that. You can go away. Then we can do shrink. That should be fine. at it for a second. Let's see. Probably a bit too big. Um, Eight. Down. Probably these colors here are not quite driving as well as I thought they would. Shrink. These up just a little bit. They don't need to be work. Select. Shrink. More. Oops. Merge that. And ideas there. Bam. Yeah. Ideas definitely there. I think just the color on this is not what I'm wanting. Is the yellow the iris or the sclera? The yellow would be the iris. The sclera will still be black on regular Jude. Hey there, what side? Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's running well for you so far. We're just trying to figure out what we want to do for the Jude eyes going forward. But how are things on your side? Should realistically try and do something with the eye. Also not rasterized super well. I need to sharpen this layer. Sharpen, yes. Let's see, select first. There. Really? Not gonna do that. What I had in mind with my idea was the oval being all black with a copy of it behind it rotated horizontal and be off color from the iris. So just to explore the thought, just because I am curious. I believe this is our main black layer. Duplicate. Okay. Oh, duh, the selection's still there. Then off color from the iris would be something like, oops. You were thinking something along that then? If I'm imagining it right? I don't think doing something would, oh, blue would work. That could work, even transparent. Sorry, I'm going a little bit too quick for chat to keep up. I could see that working. Considering that's just going to be the pupil anyways, but for some reason Vroid has pupil just on the iris now, which is not good. That should realistically be somewhere else, but a lot of the extra detailing will kind of come in through the rest of the eye, so that will change how we do the pupil as well, but what if we do this as well, or if that's too much? That's not what I want. On a nasty ass red. That could work, yeah. I'll just keep it like that for now, and we'll pedal back once we're able to actually get the rest of the eye itself done. Select, expand by 2. Just get this to be a solid block. Why do you not want me making this a solid block? Oh. That's why you don't want me making this a solid block. Forgot I had that layer locked for a second. So, when it comes to the base eye at the very least, we're going to have to be doing a lot of clipping layers to make this work. Also, I'll have to eventually copy it over to this side, but that'll come once I'm able to like flatten it all. We do want to make sure this is relatively even. So, option number 1. Select, expand. Wrong way. Select, invert, select, expand by 2. We start with that. You also be a clipper dead. Select, expand, another 2. And by another. I'm going to be screwing with my colors a lot during this. I can already tell now. That shrink by 2. And shrink by another 2. Filter. There we go. Good start. Select shrink by like 20, I think. Yeah, that works. Shrink by another 20. Shrink by another 20. Yeah, that'll work. So first, grab our yellow. Make it a smidge darker than what the eye already is. Select shrink by 10. Oh, I have to do this incrementally. Shrink by 4. Select shrink. Fix. Let's see. Oh, actually, I don't need to do that. It's on its own layer anyways. Get it focused around there. Then we need to do the inner ring here. The best way to do that. Yes, realistically. That, vert, shrink. We need to go into operations of 20 again. That's actually about where I'd need it. Grab that. This a little bit later. Shrink selected layer. Oop, nope. Also not where I wanted to put that brighter color, Jude. Do shrink another 20. If I shrink by another 20, that's going to put it way too close, isn't it? Yeah. Here, shrink by 10. Okay. Now that gives us that layer. Shrink. Five. Shrink. Actually, yeah, 5 should work. Let's see here. Put those on the same layer. That's fine. Merge those two. Don't do that. Here. Not too bad. It's kind of how I did my eyes before. I guess the only other thing that would work here is trying to add in the inner shade lines. That would probably require the symmetry ruler, I want to say. Let's see here. Where's the symmetry ruler at? Oh, nope, that's the focus point. Note to self. Learn how the symmetry ruler works, Jude. There we go. Alright then, so what we want to end up doing is grabbing our orange color. That should be fine. We're going to be augmenting this a good bit anyways. So we also need to go into here. Shoot. Oh. Interesting. Okay, that works. Mostly. Apparently need to go down deeper, which is a bit weird, but so here, go down to here, and then from here, go down to here, just to make sure all of that's covered. Okay. Now with symmetry ruler layers, how do those work exactly? Okay, I can't delete the ruler. Mostly what I would want to do is duplicate and turn it slightly, that we get something like that. Merge down, delete ruler. And then what we'll want to do is, actually, those are too thick. Shoot. The times you got to worry about things being too thick is definitely not what Usually it's a discussion topic when drawing, but we do our best. That should be good. Gotta work on length here. Shoot. Here. Okay, yeah, that should work. Duplicate, turn. Duplicate, turn. There we go, that should work. Those together. Delete the ruler. Then we just need to get rid of that inner area, which will require me to do what exactly? Surprisingly enough, that. Select expand. There. Brush density down. Oh. Oh, I'm getting rid of the inner half. Select. Invert. There we go. Probably should do a bit heavier in here. There we go. And then if I remember how eyes look, there should also be like a whitish highlight in here as well, or a lighter highlight. At least I think there should be. I might have already done that part with just that circular ring. Okay, well that would save me a lot of trouble. Definitely intimidating. We might have to fiddle with that secondary iris part a little bit. Well, actually, and that down. That's not too bad. It's a little bit more in depth than what my eyes currently are, at least. All right, let's see here. So if I'm gonna do that, then shove all of these into a group, duplicate said group. Horizontally flip that. I put the iris up top, didn't I? Nope. Yeah, I did. Okay. So also duplicate these. Put those here. Then we can flip that. And then we can move that entire group over to this eye. So I can actually line that up properly. That should be good. Let's see how that looks. Port. Hmm. The red definitely does not stick out in a good way with that, I think. Just try it without that. I'm gonna have to fix in here, I think. It's a bit too wide and too much of the same color. So get rid of that for now. What would be the best way of fixing that? Actually, that's one way of doing it. Eraser can... That can go away, and then... this part. I guess that just makes that too dark then. Let's see. We change the hue of that. I'm on the wrong one. Change the hue of this to something a little bit more yellow. Actually, we want to make that more red. This. Big. Too dark. Bad. orange? Just this? Hmm. Okay. I have Sauron a little bit, yeah. I do like the look of this kind of eye, mainly because I'm trying to go for yellow eyes anyways, but let's see here. Wonder if that would work. Cute. Also, yellow eyes tend to look a little bit better with black sclera just because it ends up popping a good bit more. I don't even know what that layer's for. That going? Ah, it's just an empty layer. Okay. That. Get the red-ish orb out. Maybe doing that part a bit softer would help. This is also going to look a little bit jank, but this is just the easiest way to test this. Cute. Here. Import. Hmm. Going too far into the red does not seem to be helping us very much. It makes that stick out in a weird way. So, should be nothing there for now. Let's try and... Oh. There. This is the one we've got it on. There we go. That'll at least match with everything else we've got going. And realistically, I should just make this darker. And I guess something else I could do. Oh, welcome, welcome, Frank and crew. Hopefully the evening's been treating you well so far. To anyone on Frank's end who may not know who I am, my name is Jude, your Judicial Utility Droid Mark III, here to provide you with a relatively good time while we're getting some stuff done. But how is stuff on your side today? Some Rocket League clips, that's always fun.
Race should be good for us. Get out of here.
And Gunfire Reborn. Oh boy, the game I don't play anymore. I'll give that a second just because there's so many audio sources going right now. Oh. Does the sound for the shoutouts actually play twice? I actually just noticed that. Gunfire was just a cooldown for fun. I failed my run. Okay, yeah, then I need to get rid of that then. Because it's just going to play through the normal audio channel so I can hear it. That's fine. Let's see. Well, it sucks that you failed your run. There's not too much you can do about that. It is kind of just a roguelite game anyhow, so it's not like you're missing too much, at the very least. I beat the hard stage I was stuck on yesterday in Curse of the Dead Gods, though. Okay, yeah, that's always a good achievement to have. Curse the Dead Gods is not one of the easier games by any stretch of the imagination, so should be proud of that. Go up from here. Then a little bit of Dees. You know, I keep creating extra layers for you. Don't like listening to me very much. Get rid of the ruler. Filter blur. But just to explain what I'm working on at the very least, is I'm currently trying to work on my secondary model, or at least model number 2, rather. Mainly because it's been a year and I've been wanting to do this update for a while now. Just to explain the random art bits that are kind of coming in and out. Here. That's way too obvious. Um, couldn't get past a single main boss yesterday, and I did first try today. I played a bit better, but I gave most credit to the build I got. I mean, that's usually what ends up happening when it comes to the roguelike games, right? You kind of just have to pray for good luck and hope the RNG gods are actually on your side for once. You know? Because that's kind of just the fun when it comes down to most of these games. Rid of that. Is you're just hoping for that one win. That might work, actually. Ruler. Ruler. That could work, yeah. Let's see. Had some great ways to get health back. I took more damage than I had max health against the last boss. Oh, that's always fun when you're just basically a vampire, especially in runs like those, or games like those, rather. If only because having a way to survive any level of nonsense just tends to help out a lot. I... Alright, yeah, that's a bit better. Um, would I want to add any more redness to this? Eye is so complicated in its layer count right now. Um, that for now. Grab symmetry ruler again. Hey there, Maxie. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the slipper, by the way. It's starting to get cold out, so I probably should cover my feet more. And it's really hard to practice the fight. It takes a 50-minute run to get to him. Ugh. You should not have a boss be that late. That just sounds mean. Oh. Why is the center not like on the center of the ruler? CSP, you're drunk. Go home. There we go. Yeah, that is fairly brutal, though. A run should not be taking you 50 minutes just to get to one boss. Yeah, you can apply that. Let's see here. What happens if I get the red lines in? Oh, that's an interesting way to do those. Why are we not... Let's not be even. That's fine. Because I think, like, in Isaac runs at the very least, you are usually dealing with... Oh wow, that goes in a lot. Oh yeah, symmetry ruler's not going to help on an oval object. Well, that's cool. Um, there's ways of dealing with that though, so that's fine. There. Go for it. Duplicate and turn. Yeah. Right. Merge all these. Oh, and it keeps the ruler like that too. That's good to know. I gotta delete it, but good to know. Let's see. Select invert. Select shrink by 20. Been like our common number so far. Oh, hey, Softy. Getting a lot of people tonight. Let's see, heck, only 7.1% of players beat the normal version of that boss. Oh, that definitely sounds brutal, Frank. But at least we got 2 there at this time. But just to introduce the current raid, since I'm getting a little bit tired here. But welcome, welcome, Softy and crew. Hopefully the evening's been running well for you so far.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Now I win.
Well, that's a double-edged sword. Hmm. Okay, noted. And welcome, welcome, by the way, Jay-Z. Or welcome back, rather. I know you're kind of busy working on some stuff. So far, the art is going decently well. I'm kind of working on my secondary model still, and kind of just going to the eyes at the moment. So we're trying to figure out how I want to do these, just so that way it actually works out well. But how did your end go, Softy, with Cult of the Lamb? You actually got that 2 nights in a row, too, didn't you? But how are you enjoying the Cult so far? I know I usually play that on Fridays or so, but I didn't yesterday just because I was a little bit tired. That would work. Give another extra little twist on that. But how far are we actually in Cult of the Lamb? I think last we played, we finished off 2 of the main bosses. So we're getting there in Cult of the Lamb, but it is definitely taking our sweet time to get that done. Stream dropped a few times, so it was pretty good. We got a lot of new cultists. That's always a good sign. I know when it comes down to your cult management, that does tend to be a little bit difficult when you've got a certain party going for a little bit too long. Because I know we've had a similar problem going forward, because unless you do a certain trick with your Twitch account, you can't have the same people kind of going in and out, which is a little annoying. But there are ways around it, I guess, so I can't fault it too hard. That red bit didn't do too much. Eh, still technically better than what I currently have. How does it look like when I got both? This also needs to come in here. Duplicate. Is that for now? There we go. that up. Oh, okay, it doesn't like the size of this. That's fine. Shoot. Oh, no, that's the right one. Admittedly, my eyes are actually starting to go on me a little bit too, because everything is getting a little bit fuzzy, but I guess I have been going for about 4 hours now, so that's kind of expected. Import, eyes. Yeah, that looks pretty good with both. Let's see. Heading to sleep. Have a good night. All good, JC. Hopefully you have a good rest, and we'll talk with you probably more in Discord, technically, but we'll talk with you later. And have a safe trip to the airport. I love having lots of cultists, but I am out of wood constantly, and there's... Oh no. And that's the only hard part right now. Admittedly, yeah, keeping your upkeep of wood and stone ends up being a little bit awkward. Possibly parallel play? Okay, so possibly tomorrow. But best of luck with your journey. Hopefully it's not too taxing on you, Jay-Z. I know, at least on the Cult of the Lamb side from my end, we usually keep a fairly good amount of wood and just always have at least 3 of the lumber sites open at once, just to make sure that it's continuously going. But I know that's not the easiest thing to do when you need to be fairly constantly building, which is a bit of a shame. Like tons of stone, but no wood. I can't even make a lumber site. Oh no. I guess then one thing you can do is just go into the dungeons and try and hit a couple of wood tiles. Just enough so that way you can start building a surplus of your wood. Because that might end up helping you a bit. At least going forward. It always sucks when you're out of one of the main resources. But there are ways for you to get it back. It's always just kind of a matter of getting some stuff done. Yeah, exactly. You're already on the ball with it, so you're plenty good for that. I've actually gotten a lot done today, now that I think about it. So the jacket was mostly done before I started stream, and the pants were done before I started stream too. I mostly did the boots today, which aren't too bad, but I gotta fix the light brown area here, because I don't know how to do the texture on that properly. And then we've got the eyes. So realistically, I'd say we're about 55% done with this, I want to say. Just because I'm going to have to go over the body with all of the extra stuff, and then I'm going to have to do the hair, and the hair is going to take a while. I'd like to actually texture that a bit better than what I currently have. Don't mind what I currently have, mind you, especially with the Unity fuckery, since I can do a bunch of random crap with it. But it is usually around where I end too, actually. Um, but that's about as much as I can think to do right now. I always do the close last because it's my least favorite part. I mean, that's not the worst thing to do, Softy, all things considered. I was doing the close first mainly because I had it in my head how I wanted to do them, and I didn't want to lose that by doing all the hair and stuff first. Also, with having the close done first, I can do the hair in a way where it doesn't interact with the clothes as much, was at least my thought, which is why I try to keep the hair for last now when I'm making these models. Because if I need to just adjust the clothing to get a certain feeling out of it, it can just be unnecessarily messy. But usually get stuff done in whatever way works, so everyone has their own methodology. Mine just kind of works for my weird little headspace. But let's see here. This is about as much as I'd like to do for now. If only because my wrist is starting to hurt a bit. Why don't we pass this love on a little bit here? Let's see. I know Jason's live from what I last saw, but Would he still be going for a while? You gotta rest your wrist. Oh, don't worry, Softy. There's like extended stories about why my joints and everything are bad, but I'm doing my best to take care of it. Yeah, not sure how long. Well, considering it looks like Jason's working on marrying Melina at the moment, I'd imagine a bit. Something else we could check. I'm assuming Toto is not going to be going tonight because they mentioned that they were sick. But that is also worth checking, if only because Toto is known to lie. But that does look to be the case. Oh, we could raid Mia, actually, because you mentioned before that Mia's just never on, unless it's October and she's working on Abby art. So why don't we go visit Mia? Go from art to art. Raid 1, raid 2. Oops. And I do apologize on ending so soon when you're raiding Softy, but should do my best to try and keep myself in good shape. How do we do it? Oh. Did I do that wrong? Also, thank you, Omega, for joining us in the cabin. Hopefully your evening's going well. I think I spelled it wrong. There we go. Much better. Yeah, just for explanation, raid 1 if you have the sub or want to buy the emote with channel points. Second raid if you do not necessarily have the emote, which is perfectly fine. Besides that, this is the end of my usual streaming week at least. I usually do Wednesdays to Saturdays, 8 to midnight EST, roughly. I am on a podcast on Sunday. I don't talk a ton during it, but I try to be a little bit snarky where possible. So if you want to join us for parallel play, you can find us through Nikki Riesel, Lemma EOF, or possibly Nile. It depends on whether or not they stream their end. Frick yeah, I'm ready. Awesome. Alrighty. Well, besides that, I do want to thank everybody for joining the cabin. Thank you again to Softy and Frank for the... Sorry. I think it's combos. We had 3 raids today, which is actually kind of surprising. We had Armor, we had Frank, and we had Softy raid today, which is always great. But hopefully you all had a fantastic evening. I will get to see you a little bit more next week, and besides that, I'll get to talk to you tomorrow. Well, a little bit tomorrow. But for now, bye-bye.